All right, good morning, everybody, from River Center in Franklin, Wisconsin. This is the High Roller Squad of the River Classic Tournament. $20,000 guaranteed on top at the end of the tournament run on December 28th. And unfortunately, with the fine winter weather over the last day and a half here in Wisconsin, kind of put a ding on some teams. We had some last-minute drops. So we will only have 6 teams bowling this morning here in the High Roller Squad. It's the same condition that the rest of the event is bowling on. It's not your Joe average house shot. We'll talk a little bit more about the lane condition as we get into qualifying. We'll introduce you to all the teams during Game 1. Your format this morning is the 3 games of the River Classic qualifying. So all teams bowling just like they would be doing in a regular squad of the tournament. The squad, the only reason it's different is because we charge a little extra for a secondary portion of the tournament with the high roller roll-off after the 3 games are done. We'll take our top 2 teams, and they will battle it out down the lanes 1 and 2. 900 for first, 500 for second for the high roller squad extra money, as 10 Athletic Productions and River Center both thrown in a little extra cash to thank our players for coming out this morning. Remember, this tournament does run until December 28th, and it is a tournament that uses handicap. So even though many of these teams today are bowling at a scratch level, it does not matter what your average is as long as you have an established USBC average last season or this season, you are eligible to bowl in the River Classic. And once again, that $20,000 on top is guaranteed to our first place finishers at the conclusion of the run on December 28th. Squads on Friday night, Saturday afternoons, and Sunday mornings, all the way through December 28th. Some of those later squads are starting to fill up, especially that last weekend. Bowlers, they like to wait sometimes. Nothing to wait for here, though. That $20,000 is guaranteed regardless of when you bowl. So it could be one of the teams bowling today if they bowl well enough and that score holds all the way through the tournament. You'll be able to take home 20 grand, or it might be a team that's already bowled. We'll get you some updated standings as well. And we'll talk to the general manager and tournament director here, Tammy Brissett, sometime during the 3 games this morning. You're going to see a lot of solid southeastern Wisconsin, northeastern Illinois bowlers out here this morning. A lot of names you will recognize. And yeah, chasing down the big money. Something tells me whoever leaves on the #1 spot after the 3 games are done this morning, they'll be setting the pace for the rest of the event. And once we get done with our 3 games qualifying, we'll take our top 2 teams. They'll roll off a best-of-5 Baker match, but our #1 seed out of the 3 games of qualifying will have a 1-0 advantage. You should get something for being the top seed. So they'll have a 1-game-to-none advantage going into our roll-off. Baker games, if a game is tied, the captain picks a bowler for single ball roll-offs until the tie is broken. So it's going to be a fun morning and afternoon here as practice is wrapping up. And we will get you introductions to the field, and you're able to watch any of the pairs in play on the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel, as we have both feeds on lanes 1 through 4 and 5 through 8 running on the 10 on the Deck channel.
Yeah, we need a few guys for practice. Don't have very many signed up yet, so we'll let you sign up until you're ready to get going here, even into the first frame. I'll have to see Eric.
Eric Pearson making the announcements as he's handling lane conditioning for the tournament, along with running side events, brackets, and pot games for the bowlers. And we are underway here from Red River Center. So your team's on 3 and 4. Lane 3, your scoreboard is Bowlers Headquarters. Will Welch will be leading off, Tony Oliva second, David Brown third, Joe Vrobel fourth, and Chad Klaas will be fifth. Over on lane 4 will be Team H5G. Chris Hill, Matt Hibbard, Dave Lubinski, Chad Moss, and Dave Beres. So we'll stick on this pair for the first couple of shots, and then we'll get introduced you to our teams on lanes 5 through 8. Once again, this is a unique tournament condition designed by Eric Pearson and River Center that's only used for this event, so it's not like teams can come in and get practice on this, because once we're done today, these lanes will be re-oiled before any league or open play this evening. So help keep things fair throughout the event. You guys need 3 stars? Hold on, let me get somebody. Hold on. Matt, you want a job in IT? That's pretty much it, yeah. Turn it off, turn it back on. There we go. We are now underway for the High Roller Squad of this River Classic, $20,000 on top. Thanks for those of you joining us here on the 10 on Deck Productions YouTube channel. If you're watching your favorite player, if you got to duck out, we'll cut the highlights, cut some highlights out of this as we go through the day today. Always enjoy good day of bowling, especially high-level competitive scratch bowling. But once again, you don't have to be a scratch bowler to bowl here in the Root River Classic. It is handicapped. It's for 5-player teams, 3 games on the same pair of lanes. As Will Welch gets his game started with a spare. You see Matt Hibbard. Matt, part of that successful Hibbard bowling family going back for generations. Tony Oliva had himself a nice week out in Las Vegas at the South Point Bowling Plaza recently as he took down a PBA 50 regional for the West region that was ran before the South Point Senior Shootout, that great tournament run by Ron Moore. And Tony had a couple of cashes in that event, as well as Dave Lubinski comes up a bit high. And leaves himself with the 9 count. If you have any questions about the River Classic, drop those questions in the chat. If I can't answer them for you directly, we'll make sure to get an answer for you. Thanks to the teams that made it out through the weather this weekend. I know some teams last night were bowling Terry Kulibert's over 40, under 40 doubles, and transportation back to the southern half of Wisconsin from the Oshkosh area was, what's the word to use, hellacious, from what I heard a couple people mention. So, yeah, not the greatest of travel days. We had some teams cancel late. Unfortunately, we lost about half our field over the last couple of days that we had scheduled for this event on the high roller squad. Remember, squads are available to you on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays all the way through December 28th. As there you see the proprietor of Bowlers Headquarters, Chad Kloss, coming up a little bit high, leaving the 610. So your squad times are Friday nights at 6:30 p.m., Saturdays at 11 a.m., 3 p.m., and 9 p.m. at request. And if you do have a 9 p.m. squad, you do need to have at least 4 teams for that squad. And then Sundays are 11 a.m. for your squad times. So, and once again, with that $20,000 first place team prize being guaranteed, it's going to be a nice payday right after Christmas for 5 players, for sure. Great toss there by Hill. Let's get you introduced to our players on 5-3-8. Like we said, if you are fans of Dave Lubinski or Chris Hill or Chad Kloss, you want to watch them all the way through. You saw on our main landing page for the 10 on the Deck Productions page, you can see all 3 feeds. Our main feed here with Strike Central with me chatting with you, and whatever other special guests we may happen to have in there. We'll talk to Tammy Brissett in a little while. Along with our 2 pair feeds, 1 through 4, obviously only two teams bowling on there right now, lanes 3 and 4. And then our teams here on 5 through 8 as we bounce around back and forth between the pairs. So keep us on here in the main feed, because let's say you're watching Kyle Sempt and his team out here on 5 through 8, and I'm back over on 3 and 4 checking something out because it's a hot hand or something. You can follow the audio portion of the program and the main feed, and then open up a second tab for lanes 5 through 8, and you can keep an eye on Kyle and the gang. They're on 5 and 6. So on your scoreboard on lane 6 currently, they started on lane 5. Is Top Notch Bowling, Ron Wallenkamp, Riley Smith, Matt Gasson, Ryan Zagar, and Derek Oaf. Boy, I can't wait for Derek to start hitting some PBA 50 stops. After that happens early next year, he's going to be, I think he's going to be very successful if he does decide to take that route. One of the best amateurs in the country by far for decades. Former Cubica AMF World Cup champion, former national champion for the amateurs. Yeah, heck of a bowler, Derek Oaf. If you don't know him, you're going to get to know him, I think, pretty soon. Lane 6, Kyle Sempt, Nathan Kofke, Nathan Hogg, John St. John, Steve Falk, your 5 players with their scoreboard currently on lane 5 for you. There you see Nate Hogg going a little high. And I guarantee you this pattern is designed to keep the fairness between the left side and the right side as much as possible. Ryan Zagar yesterday with his partner Scott Helm took down the over 40, under 40 Cooley's doubles up in Oshkosh for a nice payday. Heard him say his drive back was a little treacherous, but he made his way back home last night, made his way back here to River Center this morning. And on lanes 7 and 8, your scoreboard right now on lane 7, Anthony Evans, Richard Phillips, Austin Colmes, Chris Dubas, Steve Cooley for FAFO. Oh, looks like we have a last-minute sub. We won't be talking to Tammy Brissett. She's been inserted into the lineup for Chris Dubas. So we'll talk to Tammy during the Baker roll-off after we're done with our 3 games of this high roller squad. And next door, lane 8, not a chance. Colin Karlick, Dan Malicki, Ryan Jastrock, Dean Filtz, and Nick Rosenditch round out that lineup. Now, once again, as you can see, dress code here is casual while you bowl. You don't have to get all dressed to the nines to take on a squad of the River Classic tournament. Pretty much bowling what's comfortable for you and get yourself rolling. It's Kyle Sempt. We saw Kyle last year on the Brew City Bowling Show. Thanks to everybody that watches the Brew City Bowling Show, whether you watch on Saturday mornings on My 24 Milwaukee or you happen to catch us the next day as we get those on the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel. There you see Colin Karlick, lefty, not afraid of getting deep as he's playing in over 3rd and 4th arrow at the arrows. Just letting that ball ease back into the pocket. And I love the jerseys on Not a Chance. As you know, American Place Casino, one of the big sponsors on the Brew City Bowling Show, and they have a lot of those Buffalo machines down at American Place. And don't forget about that great special they have at American Place. They have the Play 500 on Us. You can lose up to $500 on slot machines or video poker during your initial visit after you sign up for the APC Rewards Club card. If you win in your first 24 hours, great, you're all set. But if you lose up to $500, you get that loss rebated to you over 2 trips in free play. So let's say you go large and miss out on winning anything. You get $500 down in the hole. Well, within about a week of your initial visit, to American Place, you'll get that rebate for half of what you lost, or $250. And then within a 2-week period after that first half is given to you, you'll get the second half of your losses in an email. Just take that email certificate, print it out, take it down there to the Players Club again, and they will get that free play added to your card. So a great deal in American Place Casino for those of you that haven't made the trip down there yet. It'll only take you about 45 minutes tops, maybe even about 40 minutes from here at River Center. Not too far away. They got a huge variety of slots, video poker, fully non-smoking. Great restaurants, a great sports book with the Circa Sportsbook. Let's get back over to our bowlers on 3 and 4. Checking if there's any big runs happening here. Got Matt Hibbert out to the front 3. Other than that, that's the only bowler perfect to this point. The audience is growing slowly but surely. Thanks everybody for watching this morning. Hey, let's get a bounce here for Bears. Come on. No love out of the pit for Dave. That's going to cause up the frame on the scoreboard. These damn Ripper 710s are always just not fair. Chris Hill, one of those guys that, another one, once he's got a few years to go yet, obviously, before he would turn 50. But he's currently a PBA member. He makes some nice hits on the PBA regional tour. Covered a few of the events, especially, always seems to do pretty well down in Lockport at Strike and Spare on Memorial Day weekend. Always manage to see Chris grabbing a check, making match play at that event, regardless of what pattern's getting put out. Let's see if Matt Hibbert can keep the string going here. Yes, he can. He popped off a big series earlier this week at Village Bowl. Near perfect game in an 800 series. Let's have a little fun here. Let's take an extra look. Let's take a little close-up at where Dave Lubinsky is playing on the lanes here, as we've got one of our remote control cameras we're able to use to move around our teams and play. Great toss there by Lubinsky. See a lot of these, you see the ball motion on these players. They know when they get into these tougher patterns, the hockey stick ball motion just isn't going to cut it. See a lot of these shots easing off the end of the pattern. Now let's see what Moss can do here. Chad took down a PBA regional event. At Foxview Lanes back in September. First time he's been in the winner's circle on a PBA regional event. After a long PBA regional career. And that one, you just see it just wasn't a quality release. Chad will be the first one to tell you that. As he gets the 210 for the remainder. Take a little up close and personal look here. At David White. There you go. Splash them around. Take them all down. Pardon me, David Brown. I had the wrong color on the last name. David Brown, which he made one of our Brew City Bowling shows last August, so you'd think I'd remember the name. Come on, shooter. Oh, doesn't quite get there. Let's take a look here, Joe Vrobel. These players just inside the second arrow getting out to the break point no matter what the equipment they might be using. Great toss by Klaas. And now Bear is looking at the Bo Burton buzzard as he's looking at back to back to back open frames. No bounce. Let's get back over to lanes 5 through 8, check in. Any strings that might be going there. Colin Karlik front 3 on 7 and 8. So you can see as tough as this shot's playing with the quality of players we have out here. Bowler's got to make sure not only they're playing the right line, but they need to make sure that they have the right piece of equipment in hand. We've seen several players going back to the bowling bags and taking second and third looks at what might be in the bag. Wow, Matt Hibbert just left a vicious 9-pin on the front 4. So that ends his bid at perfection here in game 1. Once again, if you have any questions about this River Classic tournament, whether it's about the High Rollers squad today, throw them in the chat as Karlik. Front 4 for the Southpaw. watching this lane pattern, watching where bowlers are playing, it just seems like anything between first arrow and first arrow is kind of fair game for break points and such. See players not using a lot of back end, just getting the ball at ease into the pocket. Ooh, that one. Crawls up high for Malicki. And a 3-6-7, never a fun spare attempt. Nice little cave in there. Calms Austin. As we mentioned, late substitution with our tournament director. Hey, there you go, shooter. Nice cover by Dan Malecki. Best cover he's made in weeks. You can tell he's so excited by the conversion. Was waiting for him to do a cartwheel on the way back. Nate Hogg finds a little bit of trouble. 3-7. And even though this is a smaller squad today, boy, you look at the firepower out here. I mean, you look at the averages. We have these teams on 5 and 6. Top Notch Bowling has a team average of 1170. I mean, the low guy is Wallenkamp on the top at 219 for an average. Matt Gasson, 228. Riley Smith, 236. Derek Oaf, 240. Ryan Zager had the highest average in the state of Wisconsin last season at 247. And when you're carrying shots like that, as you can see there for Zager, you can see why they, on those easier house patterns, Zager can put up area code type numbers. I mean, our two teams on 3 and 4. I mean, Bowlers headquarters averaging, almost 1130. H5G averaging 1163 as a team. Dave Bears, who's a surefire Hall of Famer when he turns old enough for the state of Wisconsin at age 50. As Hill can't get that 9 to go. He's low on the team at 227. Chris Hill, 229. Chad Moss, 232. Matt Hibbert, 233. And Dave Lubinsky, 242. I mean, when you get the power that these players have, along with their accuracy and the powerful equipment they can throw on house patterns, they can make those pins fly, get those messengers to go down as needed, and put up those big old honor scores. I mean, if you think about it, 30 years ago in the Milwaukee Journal, it only took a 675 score for men to get their league score recorded in the Milwaukee paper, in the Journal or the Sentinel. I mean, all those players on H5G, they average a paper score every time they bowl. Just incredible. And Hibbert can't get the 10 to go. Let's get back up as Colin Karlik looking to stay perfect through 5. He'll fire after Nick Rosenditch. Rosenditch, on yesterday's episode of the Brew City Bowling Show, we came to you from Country Lanes. Hopefully you had a chance to catch that. Oh, wow, that's a bit of a surprise there. On a Wallenkamp, bit of surprise out of Karlik, too, as he airmails the head pin, leaves the super washout. Nathan Hogg, your ball will be right back. Take another extra look here at Riley Smith, a little closer up. Young man still bowls as often as he can. Successful career at McHenry University in the greater St. Louis area. Led his team to a intercollegiate team title about a decade ago. His lovely wife Megan reside in the Kenosha area. Let's get a little closer look at Matt Gasson as well. You see him come into the right side of your screen here. And, whoa, there's one you don't see every time, and that's a big break there. He'll have to get that deadwood cleared before he shoots at that 10 pin. That was almost a 3-4-10. That's a leave you don't see very often. Don't wait to get your team signed up for the Root River Classic Tournament, running now through December 28th. .6:30 squads on Fridays, 11 and 3 on Saturdays. You can also do a 9 p.m. squad for you as well if you have at least 4 teams in for that squad. And Sundays at 11 a.m. So there's your website address, classic.rootriverwi.com. Get all your tournament information. They'll have the updated standings after the first couple of weeks on after today. As Rosendich goes a little long with 2-8. Let's see what Welch can do here. And shots? Oh no, that's the wrong type of event. Take another look here at David Brown, a little close-up view here as Brown trying to keep the string going. Looking for the Rob Stone pork product. Yes, there it is. 1 4-bagger for David Brown. I can't afford to call it the real name. I can't afford Rob Stone pricing. Even though we won't be seeing Rob on PBA telecasts in 2026 or 2027 due to the move to the CW, I think that's going to be a pretty productive move for the PBA. Not everybody has cable TV, so a lot of the PBA events that weren't majors, the only TV you got to saw was on FS1, which is a cable or satellite subscription network. Now with the CW, CW is over the air. It's in all top 100 markets in the United States. And with appointment TV at 3 p.m. on Sundays, starting that last Sunday in February. It's going to be a great 10-week run for the PBA. For the beginning part of the season, then of course getting into May and June PBA scheduling, that'll be on CBS and the CBS Sports Network, depending on the event. We know the PBA World Championship will be on the CBS network. Of course, CBS has carried bowling for quite a few years, off and on, and now hopefully on for a bit. They'll also have the remainder of the World Series of bowling events. They'll also have the Commissioner's Cup, which used to be the PBA Tour Finals. That's now changed to an open field event. So there'll be quite a few chances to catch bowling on CBS Sports Network as well. Let's take a little closer look here at Chad Kloss, as he's been coming back from ankle surgery at the end of the summer as he gets the 9 to go. Takes them all down. Let's take a peek back up on our lanes 5 through 8. Once again, we've got those pair feeds for you, so if you just want to watch your favorite bowler with the ambient audio on those pairs, you're more than welcome to do so. However, we suggest double tabbing us. Keep us on for the audio portion of the commentary and such. And then you can watch your favorite player on their pair for all 3 of their River Classic games. And for those of you joining us a little late this morning, this is the High Roller squad. We lost some teams due to weather and other circumstances over the last couple of days. The field's about half the size it was supposed to be. But all of these teams are bowling for their qualifying score in the River Classic with their 3 games you'll see on the live stream today. And then after those 3 games are complete, we're going to take our top 2 teams. We're going to move down to lanes 1 and 2 for a special high roller roll-off, as they will bowl a best of 5 game Baker match, race to the first team to win 3. And our leading qualifier, scratch qualifier from this part of the River Classic, they will have a 1-game-to-none lead going into that roll-off. So as I like to make sure that teams that bowl well early in the day, they deserve to have a little advantage going into any other further part of the competition. I think hey, they do it in Korean baseball. We can do it here in Franklin. And I want to thank Engage Franklin for their support of the Root River Classic Tournament, helping to guarantee the $20,000 first place prize. I want to thank Miller High Life and Miller Lite for their support of the tournament as well. And thanks to everybody that's tuning in this morning. No Packer game today, so keep a few more eyeballs on the going on in here at Root River Center. See if Carla can get back to striking here after a couple of frames off, and no, he can't. And after the super washout on lane 8 in the 5th frame, 3, 6, 7, 9, an almost impossible conversion. A 1% chance I'd give a bowler of Collins' ability. And that's one thing with $20,000 up for grabs. And you can see it out here today as well. It's kind of nice. Most times you bowl tournaments like this, you don't get a preview of what conditions are being bowled on or how bowlers are reacting to the lane conditions. And with a squat like this, most players can find somebody that's got a style pretty similar to their own. And you can see that these players, it's not an easy time out there for them, and it shouldn't be for $20,000. Some players say, well, it might give a little bit of an advantage to a lower average bowler. Possibly. It's always easier for the lower average bowlers to get to their averages by making more spares. Whereas, obviously, bowlers are averaging 220, 230 on their house patterns. Well, they need a bunch of strikes. So Richard Phillips takes 10 back. Nice bounce back off the open frame in the 6th. So even though some of these teams will be receiving handicap pins, in accordance with the Root River Classic rules, for the high roller portion of the event, we are only worried about the scratch totals these teams will have. So we'll get you updates after each game is complete. They'll stay on the same pair for all 3 games. So they can continuing to try to adjust to the breakdown being created by the 10 bowlers on the pair. And Dean Phillips just barely gets that 7 pin to go. Yeah, no reason to not get a team together and get your chance at the $20,000 on top here at Root River Center. All you need is 5 bowlers. Any averages will do. You might have 4 other people that bowl you. You just started bowling in the league last year. Perfect. You're eligible to bowl as long as you're a USBC sanctioned player again this year. And if you're only a 110, 120, 130 average bowler, you're still going to get those handicap pins added to your team's score as you try to take down that top prize. Let's get a little closer look here at Riley Smith. Is Riley working on nice little string here. Strike spare 5-bagger, looking for 6 in a row for Smith. Steps it out a little bit, and caves in the bucket. There you see the safe sign put up, and put a 6-pack on the board for Riley Smith. Riley, I mean, it's nice to see the young players back in the day when we had the Hammer Youth Challenge series on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and Spectrum Sports in Milwaukee, and some of those young players like Riley Smith, Ryan Zagar that we saw quite often on those telecasts, still out here bowling at a high level competitively. Given a lot of time to help grow the sport at a lot of levels back in the late aughts, early teens of this century. I mean, we had half of our shows every year, about half our shows on Time Warner and Spectrum Sports were dedicated to youth bowling. And it's been a while. Let's take a look at Zager with a closer look. Been a while since we've had youth bowlers on TV, but we're bringing it back in conjunction with the Jeff Moores Memorial Youth Tournament at Classic Lanes Greenfield the day after Christmas, December 26th. That tournament will be taking place at Classic Lanes Greenfield. 5 divisions for the youth players: boys scratch, girls scratch, and 3 pins over average divisions by age: U12, U15, U18. Let's get over to Chad Kloss really quick before off throws, as Kloss looking to put a big number on the board, and that's just wrong on so many levels. And off goes high. So, and what we'll do then is those bowlers will bowl 4 games of qualifying for their Jeff Moores Memorial Scholarship money. That'll be up for grabs. I know there's some added money from Classic Lanes Greenfield. We're working on additional sponsors as well. But then we're going to take all the first place bowlers in those 5 divisions and all the second place bowlers in those 5 divisions and put them on a team. And they're going to bowl their own version of the Bruce City Bowling Show. So they're going to get their 7th through 10th frames on TV. Try to win some additional scholarship awards. Try to win some great merchandise prizes from our sponsors as well. And that show will end up airing a little later in January on My 24 Milwaukee with one of our Saturday morning Bruce City Bowling Show episodes. Let's get you back over to 3 and 4 as these teams are earning the 10th frame. How's the wheel? It's good. Just checking in with Chad Kloss as he was walking by the booth. Says he's had to shorten his approach since his ankle surgery, coming back, but it'll get there. Needs to just build all the strength and resilience back up, and thanks to Father Time, it always seems to take a little bit longer to bounce back from things like that. Chris Hill looking to get to 248, not going to happen. Light 7-pin, a couple things fighting it over. Still 230 quality start. As both of these teams on 3 and 4 are looking to get into the 1100 range for their opening game. Neither of these teams will receive any handicap pins with their entering averages. So that's, a good thing for everyone too. That might not be 220 average bowlers. You get your handicap. You get your chance to stay even with teams like H5G and Bowlers Headquarters. A couple of teams that, any day of the week, look at the number of USBC Eagle holders between these two teams. There are a lot of them. So Welt's trying to get to 227. Probably get to 197, I apologize. Now he'll be at 186 for his max. There are other optional events during the River Classic as well. There's an optional singles that you can enter. If your team has a high enough average, you can enter the scratch option for $50 per team. You know, sometimes you just got to wonder with the sport of bowling. You throw a great shot, you leave a blower 7, then you throw one that goes right through the nose, and you trip out the big 4. Because, you know, bowling's all fair, just, and right all the time. Take a little closer look here at Matt Hibbard. First ball, 10th frame. That is some power, but unfortunately, even with all that power, even if you don't get in that 1-3 pocket flush, you might not take that 10 pin down on a half hit. Let's see what Oliva can do here. This is a guy that can really, even with a lower rev rate, can trick up a bowling ball. Unfortunately, a little too much trick that time. And once again, if you're interested in our bowlers that are over on 5 through 8, there is that separate feed you can watch with the ambient audio, so you can second tab us. Open it up in another tab, and you can keep an eye on that as both those teams are just getting through the end of their 9th frame. We'll get over there for their 10th frame once we're done on 3 and 4. Always strikes on the fill ball. 92.2% on live streaming. That's certified by $2 Phil. A little closer look at Lubinski. That's flush in the pocket. And a 10 back. Once again, another member of that Team H5G, Eagle on the jersey, as a winner at the USBC National Championships. Probably the USBC Open Championships. I apologize. Hey, there you see the man put together his lane condition and the man taking care of the side events here at River Center, Eric Pearson. As David Brown gets the 4 to go. Brown having a solid opening game. Wow, that's a rare miss of the head pin by Lubinski. So great run by Brown. Ends with the railroad. That needs to get a little hold. I thought that was going to overhook back, but he's all over that. And 257. high in the pair to this point. Chad Moss is saying, though, it might be Moss 30. He's going to take another start and stop there as he has a chance to get to 245. Three-bagger, then open spare, now another three-bagger. So let's double it up here. Little porkness on that shot? Yes, indeed. Put up the four-bagger for Chad Moss. That's the one thing that everybody had made here this morning. As we said, we had some issues. With some teams drop with the weather and other factors, but these 6 teams that came in this morning, they know that even though the high roller portion of the event might be a little lower payout once it's done, they're all bowling for that $20,000 first place prize on top that'll be awarded after the tournament ends on December 28th. How about that, taking the 9 down? Yeah. So 245 on the fill for Moss. Well, Dave Barras is not having a good start to his morning. Chad Kloss, however, there you see him stepping up lane 4. And the 6 does the job on the 10. So Kloss looking to get into the 250s. There's a big 6-bagger in the middle for Kloss. So Bowlers headquarters will be sitting at just over 1,100. Area check on that fill ball, 252. Team H5G, 1078. These other teams down on the other end of our high roller pairs, unfortunately not even going to be close to those particular scores. Yeah, it's Colin Karlik, boy, front 4 to finish at 187. That's got 183. That's got to be a little disappointing for Karlik. And once again, it's the top 2 teams out of the 6 we have on camera here that will advance to the high roller roll-off. And that'll be a best of 5. Our number 1 seeded team will have a 1-game-to-none advantage thanks to their efforts in qualifying. So Zager looking to be high on that team at 224. Both can get to 214, so top-notch Pro Shop looking like they're going to be 3rd on the squad at this moment, as they have a chance to get to 1061, so they'll be a little short of what H5G put up in the opening game. Yikes, and trouble for Ove. 3, 6, 7, 10. Kind of curious, those of you watching right now, are there any particular bowlers that you're out looking here on the lanes at? And a great cover there by Oaf. Taking care of business. You don't get to become a Cubica AMF world champion without being able to convert big splits like that when you leave them. Hey, Tammy with the good strike. First ball of the 10th frame. So unofficially, we've got Bowlers Headquarters first, Team H5G second, and Top Notch Pro Shop third on the squad. Let's get back and check in on our teams on 3 and 4 momentarily. We'll let our man Nick Rosenditch try to polish off at 227. So a baby 1,000 there for Not a Chance as we get back. As Will Welch trying to convert the old bedposts. And, well, that would have been a unique way to try to pick it up, but unfortunately once it hits the gutter, it is a dead ball. No other additional pinfall would be allowed, so they will get that scoreboard fixed to an 8-0 in frame number 2. Thanks everybody tuning in on a blustery Sunday afternoon here in Franklin. Looks like the plows are getting out more and more. Hopefully if you do have to travel anywhere today, you do so safely. As Oliva can't get the 10 to go. Good toss there by Brown. He had a solid game 1. Looking to keep the momentum going here in game 2. Moss not happy with that at release, but it's still 10 down. You know, even though these players, you know, they're focusing on a target down lane, they're focusing on a ball path, they want to get the ball to go. So much of this sport is feel. And you can tell when a bowler with the caliber of a Chad Moss, of a Chad Kloss, of a Dave Barris, when that ball doesn't have the feel coming out of the hand, even though it might be on target line and such, it's probably where you're getting the inkling where it's probably going to be a flat 10, or maybe they gave it a little too much and it'll go high for a 4-pin. You know, watching that body language, they're honest with you when it's not a good release on their end. So we're just getting underway on game 2 in our bowlers lanes 5 through 8 here for this high roller squad, the River Classic. Let's take a peek in on them. Nobody had team scores that would set the world on fire. Not a chance, who you see the scoreboard right now currently on lane 7. Not a chance, a baby 1,000 a game put up in game 1. So they have some work to do if they want to catch up to our teams on 3 and 4. Trying to make that high roller roll off. So the teams each paid $200 above and beyond the $250 team entry fee for the high roller part of this shootout. And myself, 10 of the Deck Productions, we're adding an extra $200 into that high roller payout. So for the roll-off, the 2 teams after we're done, first place is going to receive $900. Second place will receive $500 in that roll-off. And so if you think about it, make that roll-off, you've already made your money back on the day between the entry. Hey, great cover by Anthony Ryan. You make your money back on the day. You finish second between your main tournament entry for the River Classic and the high roller portion. Not a bad Sunday afternoon's worth of work. Get a paid entry into a tournament and make a few $100 as a team above and beyond. All right, just getting a little housekeeping done here. Getting ready, we'll bring you up close and personal look on some of our players here on 5 and 6. Take a look here, Steve Falk. And Kyle Senft as Falk. A little bit of a airmail of the head pin there. Let's see if Senft can get that ball all the way back to the pocket. Does so nicely. Taking care of business. I know it's a little bit of an odd angle here, but you can see a team not a chance after a team meeting at the bar, making their way back. Let's see if they actually recognize themselves on the TV screen behind them here momentarily before we get back to the action. It's a little bit of a lag on the YouTube feed. It's about 30 seconds or so. So they got us on at the bar. No audio, thank goodness. But there we go. So now it just popped on behind. So that's right, you guys are a bunch of drunks. Yes, indeed. Way to get the aiming fluid. No, they're not a bunch of drunks. They're just getting a little aiming fluid. A little team meeting. It was just a team meeting, that's all. We'll see if they can make the charge back, as they find themselves a bit in arrears of Top Notch Pro Shop, Team H5G brands, and Bowlers headquarters right now in the overall run to our top two for the high roller roll off immediately after the conclusion, pardon me, of this qualifying squad. So we'll get back down to 3 and 4 momentarily, as we've got a couple players on that pair. On front four is with Chad Moss and Dave Barras. Here you see David Brown stepping up. Brown opening 3-bagger before a spare in the fourth. Brown had a solid start in game 1 as well. And flat 10 for Brown. So Moss keeps the string alive. We'll get back down there when Moss is up in frame at number 6. Keep an eye on our other 4 teams on this squad here. Any questions about this River Classic running through December 28th, drop them in the chat. Otherwise, for all your tournament information, there is the website address you can go to, classic.riverwi.com. Not only can you get all your tournament rules, tournament information there as well, you also sign up your team and pay for your team through that website with the secure portal. And get your squad together. There's also prizes for squad leaders and those that put squads together. You could actually win a trip to Nashville as a squad organizer. Check out that information on the River Classic website. Once again, as you see on your screen, classic.riverwi.com for all that pertinent tournament info. And once again, the excitement doesn't end this afternoon on this special high roller squad. After the 3rd game of the River Classic qualifying is completed, we will have our top 2 teams advancing to a special high roller roll-off, 900 for first, 500 for second. Best of 5 Baker match. Best of 5 match will take place on lanes 1 and 2. That way no teams will have any advantage. They'll also still be continuing to bowl on this River Classic tournament pattern. Good friend of the show, Jeff Rickles, as he always says, there's 2 things about a lane pattern for a tournament. Either everybody should know well in advance, which is what a lot of people are fans of as well, and honestly, sure, fan for this as well. I'm always a fan of that. Or nobody but the lane man knows, and in this case, for the River Classic, that is the tournament pattern with most bowlers being local. You can bring it's a you can tell watching today. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that'll be tuning in to this stream just to see how these various bowling balls reacted, how they play on this pattern, how they make adjustments and such. As we'll get back over to Chad Moss here. As Moss will take a little closer look here, looking for his 6th strike in a row. Fires out of the hand, stares it down, and mixes the 2-4-5 down. And there's your front half for Moss. Yikes, and that's trouble there for Vrobel, as he's yet to strike here through 6 frames, and he had a pretty solid game 1. Peeking on Barris, over the shoulder look. How about it? Get that 4 out of there. Oh, goes in front. That's a little unusual. Let's get back over on 5 through 8. Boy, single pin spares can be the death of a team. It's top-notch pro shop. See the scoreboard in lane 5 right now. They're your team that's in 3rd on the squad, just behind Team H5G. All right, let's give you a rundown of the field right now. Updated scores. You may see me taking a peek through the lanes there, getting our recaps. So as I mentioned, Bowlers headquarters in the lead At 11:03, high games on that team were David Brown at 257, Chad Kloss at 252. Second place is Team H5G, the 1098 game, so just 5 pins behind. Moss 245, Hill 237, Hibbert 236 in game 1 for that team. Top Notch Bowling third on the squad at 1038. Zagar led that team 224, Riley Smith 223. Fourth on the squad, not a chance at 1011. Jastrock 230, Rosendich 224 leading that effort. And then Team Semth and Team Fafo bringing up the rear of this 6-team high roller squad field. Take a peek in on Moss. Sorry to cut away, but he is working on a 6-bagger. Looking for 7 in a row. How about it? There it is, front 7 for Moss. We'll get back to him as he continues to finish his march towards a perfect game. Yet to see a 300 in the event to this point through the first 2.5 weekends. Take a little close-up look here at Riley Smith through the wonders of remote control cameras. Oh, such a strong end-over-end roll that young man's had for decades now. I remember back in about 2013 or so, we were at Harbor Hills Recreation in Port Washington, and it was the day after the Sean Yona Memorial Tournament. So a lot of bowling by the youth players the day before at the Sean Yona, and this is before Keith Yona had the adult tournament on the Sunday following the youth tournament. So we had the kids at Harbor Hills for a special event, and Riley must have done about 30 games of bowling that weekend because of the head-to-head match play. In the Yona after qualifying and our qualifying, he got to the TV show, and his hand literally locked up, dehydration. We had to get him not necessarily Gatorade IV, but got some fluids in him, and he made his way through that show and took down the championship. Heart of a champion, you got to go through a little adversity here and there. Yeah, let's see what Gasson can do here. Try to pick up the 4-9. Oh, just misses. And another open frame on the board. dog with the air. Let's get down and a couple of hot hands here on 3 and 4 with David Brown. Looking to put a 3-bagger on the board. Of course, we also have Moss in the front 7. A little double dribble there for Brown and still gets it to go. There you can see. I think you have to call glass before you bank it off the glass like that. You got to call glass. Brown gets away with one. And now Hibbard with the open frame. How about an excellent 8th from Moss? Come on, ball. There we go. We're going to stay here as these two teams will be entering the 9th and 10th frames momentarily. Of course, if you want to watch our bowlers in 5 through 8, we have those feeds available to you as well. All 6 of our pairs in play currently on the 10 of the Deck Productions YouTube channel. Thanks, everybody that's tuned in so far today. I know there's quite a few people watching. Not a chance right now. Down on 7 and 8. So glad that we have all pairs and coverage available for you. And we do this a lot with 10 of the Deck Productions. Next weekend, a big weekend for tournament bowling here in southeastern Wisconsin. And 10 of the Deck Productions glad to be a part of it, as we will be bringing you live stream coverage of the H5G team shootout from Sussex Bowl on Saturday. It's coming Saturday, December 6th. Glad to have Rogue Foppy coming up and helping us out with that live stream. Rogue knowledgeable about the sport. We'll get things going there, and then Rogue will steer that ship all the way through the conclusion of the tournament, as I'll be at Classic Lanes Greenfield. If you ever wanted to see how the Brew City Bowling Show sausage is made, your chance next Saturday. Starting at 12:30 p.m., we'll be taping 3 shows for the Brew City Bowling Show at Classic Lanes Greenfield. Looking forward to the opening battle. It's a battle of Natty Oaks versus Henry Flack Steakhouse. We're going to have some fun battling between those teams. We'll have some teams from Classic Lanes Greenfield as well. I have people asking me what it takes to get on the Brew City Bowling Show. It's our host centers that select their teams when we're there for our 5-player team format. So if you want to get on the Brew City Bowling Show, you want to make sure you get on, and maybe your bowling center owner or manager wants to get on as well, have them get a hold of me. I'm on Facebook. Say, hey, we want to host some Bruce Lee Bowling Show episodes, and we'll make it happen. We'll work on them. There is a slight charge for, obviously, our production fees and such, but great hosts like we've had here at River Center, Country Lanes, South Shore Bowl, Classic Greenfield, Foxview Lanes. They know that the exposure they get on My 24 more than offsets the meager production costs that 10 on the Deck needs to charge with getting our airtime, getting the production done. We do it with a small staff, 2-3 people. You go to if you've been to a PBA event, you see the 30, 40 people that are running the TV show, the camera guys, the production assistants, all that stuff. We're a 3-person crew for 10 on the Deck most of the time. And then Sunday, next week Sunday, a week from today, December 7th, we are teaming up with the Heartland Doubles to live stream that event from start to finish from the lanes on 20. I want to thank H5G Brands and the Pro Shop at the lanes on 20, Kevin Landerman's Pro Shop, for their support, bringing us in for the live streaming. And here we go. Chad Moss looking for the nifty 9th in a row. Let's have it, Chad. Come on, ball. There we go. Call the family, call the friends, tell the neighbors. We have our chance for the first perfect game of the 2025 Root River Classic coming up with Chad Moss in the 10th frame. I know I can be a homer in the booth sometimes when I'm doing national events like the PBA Regional Tour or some PBA events I've done in the past. I can be a homer for the Wisconsin guys. I'm a homer for everybody today. Love to see some scores. Shout out here. One of these two teams here between Bowlers Headquarters and Team H5G Brands trying to set the pace for the lead in the event. But of course, this is handicapped to keep the competition equal. So even if your team's only average 120, 130 per player, no worries. You'll get the differential and handicap pins to help you stay competitive. Get here, get a few strikes, make your spares, kids, and you'll have a pretty good chance of taking home some of that Engage Franklin money, even with the $20,000 on top guaranteed at the end of this tournament run on December 28th. As class, wow. I mean, it was a tad high. And to leave a 410 like that, yikes. So Welch gets the go. He's looking at 2-0. Been a rough morning for Welch. Welch, however, did take down the scratch title at the senior non-senior Milwaukee area USBC event held back in November. Yeah, Country Lanes took that title down with Justin Duzon as his over 50 partner. Are you kidding me? Solid eights shouldn't happen to nice guys like Chris Hill. I mean, they shouldn't happen to anybody, but they really should happen to nice guys like Chris Hill. Just got a message from somebody near my home. Decided they wanted to try their clear their snowblower out, not with a stick or utensil, to try clearing it out with their hand, and the auger moved. Ooh, I hope my neighbor's okay. Yikes. Yeah. Never a good thing. Hopefully it wasn't his bowling hand on top of it. So Hill gets them all to go that time. Gets to 181. So the pretty solid pace that both of our teams had here on 3 and 4 in game 1, slowing down a bit. As Bowlers headquarters started with 11-0, 3, and they're going to need a little work to get done to get to 1053. 1098 for Team H5G. They may be in the lead, especially with the big run, obviously, Chad Moss is having this game. And once again, it is our top 2 teams. Advancing to our high roller squad roll-off immediately after the conclusion of the 3-game River Classic qualifying block. David Brown looking to get into the 260s here in game 2, and that 4-pin's not going to let that happen. Spare, he'll be in the 240s after an opening 257. So if he got himself into the optional singles as well, he's off to a pretty good start with 500 for 2. Unfortunately, Chad Kloss, 252 opening game. Kloss is going to max out at 2-0 this game, so slowing down his pace a little bit. Bingo Bango Bongo for Matt Hibbert gives Hibbert 456 after 2. Chad Masso started with 245. They're looking to get to 545 for his first 2 when he steps up. The 10th frame. Wow, there's been a few 4-9s the last couple of frames looking up and down our high roller squad pairs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, bowling fans of all ages. Chance for history here at the 2025 River Classic High Roller Squad. As we are into the 3rd weekend of this event. No perfect game shot to this point, and we now have Chad Moss stepping up on lane 4 on the front 9 here in game number 2. This high roller squad setting a pretty good pace to this point. Team H5G Started with 1098 for their opening game. Looking to get there again this game. Well, we have the 10th in a row from Moss. No, he gave that one a little extra. And unfortunately, leaves the 9 pin to go with that. 3, 6, and 10. So still looking for our first perfect game this season. Still a good game going here. For Team H5G. Bowlers headquarters slowing down a little bit this game. And that is an unfortunate open. Moss leaves him at 264. So 509 after 2 games for Moss, setting the pace along with David Brown from Bowlers headquarters. Only 1 strike for Vrobel that game. That's unusual. I mean, we know the pattern. It's tougher in a league shot, but even for a player of Vrobel's capabilities, to have just a single strike. Now Barras can't get the 5 pin over into the 7 pin with enough authority. So Team H5G brand's going to vault into the lead of this squad after 2 games. Bowlers headquarters should remain no worse than 3rd, even with a rough game 2. We'll get you a full standings update for this squad once it's complete. Let's get back to our teams. On 5 through 8 is just fill balls remaining on 3 and 4. Once again, for your information, on this 2025 River Classic, how you can put your team together and get your shot at that $20,000 first place prize. There's the website for you, classic.riverwi.com will get you there. And not only will it get you all your tournament rules, your tournament info, it will also give you the portal to sign up, get your teams entered. Don't wait too long. There's only 4 weekends remaining of this 7-week run. We're in week 3 now. And those squads, especially on the 27th, 28th of December, are filling up rapidly. There is squad availability on the 26th as well, but we'd rather have you come out to Classic Lanes Greenfield, support the young players out there beforehand, and then come up and bowl that 6:30 p.m. squad on a Friday night for this River Classic. So lanes 3 and 4 underway with the third and final game of River Classic qualifying. We're into our 9th and 10th frames here on 5 through 8. And unfortunately for players on these pairs, not a heck of a lot of big games going at the moment. Top Notch Show having a nice run. Top Notch looking to get to 1,000, actually 1,100, so they could find themselves up in second place. Zagar is going to be in the 240s with that spare. Derek Ulf having a solid game as well. Ulf trying to come back after a 191 start. Ulf's got a chance to get to 246, so yeah, that's a pretty solid game. So Wallenkamp Jr. 224, Riley Smith 243, Matt Gasson 187, and Ryan Zagar 246 to this point. Derek Ulf trying to get to that same 246 score, so they're going to put up, well, they have a chance to put up 1130 this game. Let's get you an extra look on Ulf as he's coming in lane 5. Looking for the first one of the 10th. Gets it all to go away. So Top Notch should be moving to second place. We'll get you official totals once all teams are done. With game 2. Another great toss there by Oaf. So, yeah, hell of a game going. Top Notch. As a strike on the field ball here, we'll get him to 1146. Give you a little close up on the team scorer right now. As Top Notch trying to make their move towards the high roller roll off. Oh, the Messenger goes in front, 245 for Ulf. Great game by Top Notch as they're trying to chase down Team H5G and Bowler's headquarters. So we're going to take a short audio intermission here. We're going to keep you on 5 through 8 for another frame or two, and then we'll get you back to 3 through 4. See how our top team with Team H5G brands is doing. And oh, almost got a great church conversion there by Will Welch. That would have been interesting, for sure. So game 3, our final game of this River Classic High Roller Squad, coming up next. All right, we're going to do a little quick calculating here. And we'll get you back down to 3 and 4 for a couple of frames before we get back up to the high end. I'm $2 Phil Brylow taking you through this high roller squad, a little smaller than anticipated, unfortunately, with the weather and such. But regardless of the number of teams, their first 3 games, no matter what, count towards their River Classic total. Now, they can bowl more than once. You can only cash as a team once. You have to change at least 3 bowlers. In order to cash multiple times in this event. All right, so unofficially after 2 games, Top Notch takes the lead at 21-83. 21-83 for Top Notch. That's on games of 10:38 and 11:45. Second place is Team H5G at 21-60, 21-60. On games of 10:78 and 10:82, pretty consistent for H5G. Third place team is Bowlers Headquarters at 21-16, 21-16 scratch. And that's on games of 11:03 and 10:13. So we'll keep an eye on all of our teams here. But basically your top 3 teams right now are on 3 through 5, or 3 through 6. Not a chance long shot, but they're 146 pins out of third. They're almost 200 out of second. Not a chance at 1970. Team Semp, Kyle Semp is captain, 1795, and Fafo, 1732 round out your scratch totals here on the high roller squad. So a 3-team battle for 2 spots and that bonus money from the separate high roller entry and $200 thrown into the kitty by yours truly and 10 on the Deck Productions and by the River Center. Once again, I want to thank all the entities that helped make this River Classic tournament possible. Starting with Engage Franklin, helping to guarantee that $20,000 on top, and that is a rough one right now for Team Top Notch. As Gasson leaves that solid 9-pin. So our top 2 teams after this game advanced to the high roller roll-off. 1 and 2, best of 5 Baker match. Our number 1 seed will have a 1-game advantage. A 1-0 lead, you may say. And first team to win 3 games of Baker matches wins the $900 for first. $500 to go to the runner-up in that high roller roll-off.
Just made my way through the bowling crowd, letting everybody know what the top 3 are sitting at right now. A few head shakes, a few nods. The teams are in second, third right now. They're over on 3 and 4. Let's take a peek in. As there you see Chad Kloss captaining Bowlers headquarters. They're in third right now, 21-16 for their team total. H5G in second right now at 21-60. So top notch over on 5 and 6. We'll get back to them shortly. Top notch at 21-83 leading things off. And then it's a long way back between third and fourth, but not a chance. Almost 200 pins. Oh, I thought Barris was maybe going to get that roller. On the 2-pin, did not happen. We're getting near the halfway point. Chris Hill with another open frame, back-to-back opens for Hill and H5G brands. Let's see what Welch can do here to try to get back on the comeback trail. Not happy. Asked for it to stay out. Almost stayed out, far enough out. Leaves the 4-pin. Joe Vrobel for Bowlers headquarters on the front 4 in your number 4 spot. Matt Hibbert looking to get 4 in a row of his own. Wow. Yikers. All kinds of stuff flying around that 10-pin and nothing got there. Yep, Welch, false start. Let's get back to Lubitsky and Oliva. Lubitsky gets them all in the beer frame. Let's see if Oliva can match. Oliva yet to double here in game number 2. Open frame in the 3rd. And everything falls for Oliva. David Brown's had a heck of a day today. Sitting at 500 for 2. Got that one a little long on the lane, and he ends up dead money flush for the 4 in a row. Moss with some struggles here, surprisingly. after his great start the first 2 games, including the front 9 in game 2. Moss sitting at 509 for his first 2 and not going to get to 800. Back-to-back opens in the second and third frame is sure of that, but he can still put up a heck of a total in the singles event. That is an optional singles event you can get in here at the River Classic. Handicap event for singles as well. Use 80% of the difference between your average and 220 for the singles. For the team event, it's 80% of the difference in the overall team average and 1100 is considered a scratch. Let's get over lanes 5 through. Let's check in on Top Notch. Your leaders after 2 games on the squad. As we've got Derek Hoff on the bottom, front 3. The rest of the team staying clean at the moment. No opens for the first 3 frames for Top Notch. Wallenkamp game's a 224, game 2, 209, the opening game. Setting the pace right now on that team is Ryan Zagar. Game's 224, 246. 3 players though in game 2. In the 240s for Top Notch. Riley Smith 243, Zagar's 246, Derek Hoff 245. That one high for Smith as the frames start to tick down. 3-way battle for the top 2 spots on the high roller portion of this special squad here at the River Classic. Frey had a couple of people ask if we're going to do another high roller squad. It's going to be a little tough to do with unfortunately, my schedule, I'm pretty busy all the way through the rest of December. But you never know. Somebody might start one on their own and might not be able to bring it to you on a live stream. But, wow, an unforced error by Riley Smith. Bit surprised there. I know he had to take care of that 9-pin in the back, got it out, but left the 3 in the process. Gasson gets them all to go. Take a quick peek back in on our team's second and third on the squad with H5G and BHQ. H5G Brands, Bowlers headquarters. There you see Vrobel from Bowlers headquarters. They had the front four open in the fifth. Keeps it clean in the sixth. Lubinsky clean through five, looking for his first double of the day. Pardon me, of the game. Definitely not his first double of the day. Yikes, and comes up high. And I think some of these players are starting to get a little puzzled by the breakdown of this River Classic special tournament pattern. So Moss looking to bounce back, offset that open in the second and third frames with Turkey here in frame 6. So a Turkey by Moss, trying to keep his team at least in the number 2 spot. They're only 23 pins behind top notch for the number 1 spot. The number 1 seed is important for that high roller roll off because they're going to have a 1-game-to-none advantage in that roll off in a best of 5. Bears gets that 7. That 7's been a little pesky for him today. There's your team in first, top notch Wallenkamp with the cover. See what Smith can do here, bounce back after the open frame. So right now, H5G slightly outpacing top notch. Finish your top notch. You still have a hot hand. Derek Oaf, number 5 man on the front 4. And Ryan Zagar, strike spare double through 4. There's the bounce back for Smith. We'll get back over to BHQ and H5G and when they get into their 8th or 9th frame, depending on how the pins fall there for, oh, how about that? The backdoor 4-pin for Gasson. You make your own breaks, ladies and gentlemen. Gasson makes one right there on the bit of a high hit. I'll tell you what, even with the scores that Top Notch and H5G are putting up right now, I mean, if you look at the 90% of the bowlers that are going to enter this tournament, they'll have some form of handicap on their team, handicap pins, whether it's a team of 140 average bowlers or a team of, that might average, 1,000 with a couple 220 average bowlers, a couple 180 average bowlers, a 200 average bowler on it. It's set at 1,100 for the handicap. So 2 games obviously would be 2,200. Well, right now, nobody on the squad, Scratch Squad's gotten to 2,200. They're close with Top Notch at 2183 and H5G at 2160. So for those of you that are kind of on the fence going, oh, it's going to be all the scratch bowlers coming in and cleaning up and taking everything down, it's going to be a fight. It really is. I mean, even if a team gets to 3,300 and, and some change today, maybe even depending on a hot finish by any of our top 3 teams getting close to 3,400, that's still well within shot of a team that comes in with a solid entering average and makes spares and gets a few doubles here and there and keeps score sheets clean. I mean, there's no reason why, regardless of your average, why you shouldn't take an attempt at the Root River Classic here in 2025. And if you do good the first time, switch a couple of bowlers up. You switch 3 bowlers up on a team, you can bowl it again and cash again. So think about it. If you get 4 teams together, you get 20 players, you can mix those lineups up pretty well and cash 2 or 3 times in this tournament if you bowl well enough. You could do that on a Saturday. You could come in on a Friday night, bowl the 6:30 squad, come back Saturday, bowl 11 and 3. Great cover there by Wallenkamp Jr. We mentioned those 4-9s coming out more and more. That was a bounce out of the pit, actually. Yeah, get signed up, classic.riverwi.com. Right now, it's going to take BHQ throwing some strings to catch up to Top Notch and H5G as they need to make up 44 pins on H5G to get into the number 2 spot. And they have not been pacing well this game. Let's take a peek over, see where we're at. BHQ, I mean, David Brown's been just money for that team all day, and of course, as soon as I say he's money, blower 7-pin. But BHQ right now, they're only pacing about 1050. That's about the same thing that H5G, well, H5G is pacing about 1090 right now. That's alternating strikes and spares the rest of the way out. So with BHQ making 40, I mean, their opponents are on their lanes. They know the number of pins they need to make up. And it's just a matter of, it doesn't look like Top Notch Pro Shop is backing off on their pace as well. Let's take a close-up look at Lubinsky. Looking for a double, and wow, he just cannot buy a double this game. Week 10. Not not leaving the man happy at the moment. Can't blame him. And unfortunately, once Lubinsky's in the pocket, his carry percentage seems like to be about 50% today. He's had quite a few frames with 7 and 8 counts, but he's been keeping the score sheet clean. Great toss there by Vrobel. Trying to pick up the pace for BHQ, as they are 44 behind their lane mates for that number 2 spot in the high roller roll-off. And then it's a matter of seeing what Top Notch is going to be pacing. And we're going to take a peek in over on Derek Olf from Top Notch momentarily after Klaus makes his throw here to round out BHQ's 8th frame. And that's high, and a lucky break for Klaus to take that 7 down late. Olf perfect through 5 frames. Oh, 5 on the deck and an X on the scoreboard for Derek Olf. There you see the scoreboard animation, yeah. Everything's running away from him there. No doubt about it. Let's get back over to Moss as he's trying to keep a string going for H5G Brands. Oh, and the 9 falls off the pin deck. An inch away from taking the 9 pin down. Tough break there for Moss. Some of the teams that might not be doing as well as they wanted today are definitely having a little fun on the lanes to finish out their 3rd and final game. And I'm sure most of those teams will probably take another shot at it a little later in the event. This is the only squad today. As we said, more squads next weekend and the rest of the way through this River Classic. Fridays at 6:30, Saturdays at 11, 3. And if you have enough teams, 9 p.m., Sundays, 11 a.m. And you need to schedule those squads ahead of time. You need to get your teams signed up ahead of time. And the only place to go and sign them up ahead of time, there you see that web address on your screen. Classic.riverwi.com. Slow roller for Moss. Oh, gee, for Barris. And Barris gets the Moss fall off. Pin almost gets there. Appreciate everybody that's been here all squad long. Looking at the YouTube statistics so far, lots of people watching all the way through. We may not have big numbers, but we know people will watch when they get home a little later today, and I know they're really going to pop in for that high roller roll-off. So Barry is finishing the 8th frame for H5G Brands with the cover. Let's get back over and check in on Top Notch Pro Shop up on lane 5 currently. Couple big games. Gasson, you're going to see coming up in a second. Gasson working on a 4-bagger here in the 7th frame. Got a big break on a trip 4 last frame, and now piles on 5 in a row for Gasson. Zagar looking to get to the same 5 in a row with his next attempt. And, of course, Derek Olf sitting on the front 6, so looking close to having Top Notch seal up that number 1 seed. And along with that, the 1 game to none advantage going into that best of 5 high roller roll-off. There's Zagar. 5 in a row. No, the week 10. And it's looking like never say die for BHQ as they're trying to make a frantic 9th and 10th frame comeback. Ziegler with the cover. Let's get down. It's David Brown. Looking to keep pace with Chad Moss for high individual set on the day. And definitely be up on, if not the top of the leaderboard, near the top of the leaderboard for the optional singles event. Oh, flat 10. Brown. Let's get back to Oaf. Looking for the front 7. Here on lane 5. That powerful release gets them all to go. Boy, he had a rough start earlier today. So Oaf started with 191. Finished strong, 245 with a big string to end game 2. And now front 7 here in game 3. Brown, unforced error on the missed 10 pin. That's going to pull a little momentum away from his teammates. And now, yikes, Wallenkamp runs into trouble but leaves just the 3-6. Let's see what Vrobel can do here. Vrobel out of the game 2 funk. Can still get to 255 if he can punch this one, 3 in the 10th. That could be huge towards the cause of Bowler's headquarters making that roll off after this game. And wrap 10. Just absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Moss, we mentioned the struggle, 2nd and 3rd frame, can still get to 219 with the last 4. Oh, that 5 was a little slow, but it went. Big toss here for Bears as they try to stay ahead of BHQ. And they do so. And with the heck of the game that Top Notch Pro Shop is having, we'll check in on them in a second here. As Klaus gets them all to go, as they'll be finishing their games. There you see trouble for Riley Smith. 3, 4, 6, 7. Got a chance. How about it, Shooter? Still gives Smith the chance to get to 231 and really help Top Notch stay in the 1 spot. What a comeback after a rough opening game. Wasn't that rough? They had over 1,000, but when you put up 1145 in game 2. See what Gaskin can do here, looking for 6 in a row after 2 opening spares. Yeah, they're feeling it with Top Notch, no doubt about it. Let's get back. As the 8-pin for Welch. BHQ might be resigned, putting up a solid total towards the team portion of the event, but they are looking like they're going to be missing out on the high roller roll-off. And they have just too many pins to make up. Yeah, they're down almost, counting where they stand currently, bowlers headquarters down almost 70 pins with 4 bowlers remaining. That's tough to make up in the 10th frame without some help. Actually, it might not be that high. It's still almost 60 pins. We'll get you unofficial totals, obviously, as we go along here. And we'll check in on Derek Olf momentarily as he's stepping up looking for strike number 8 in a row. Great toss there by Matt Hibbert. There's Oaf looking for 8 in a row. There you go. Makes it all happen. So looking like top notch in the 1 spot, barring full disaster out of that team. Tony Oliva and company still trying to make that last minute run, but already with Hibbert double in the 10th frame. Here keeps them up by 60. And Hibbert makes it happen. Yeah, 60 pins and 3 bowlers, especially with one of those bowlers. For bowlers headquarters on an open. With David Brown, the unforced error on the 10 pin. Oh, and Brown can't get the 10 to go, and that's going to be it for BHQ. Shot here by Lubinsky and Eddie Mark, and yeah, it's going to be top notch. And H5G in the championship round. And I bet you Dave Lubinsky's looking forward to moving pairs for that championship match, as we'll be taking that down to lanes 1 and 2. They'll still be bowling on a fresh application of the tournament pattern. It's going to be sitting around for a couple hours, but these bowlers know what they need to do. We'll get scores verified fully once the squad ends, and then the teams will get 10 minutes of practice. So once the 3 games of the Classic are done, we'll end the pair feeds, and you'll have the Strike Central feed to watch all that high roller roll-off action here from Root River Center. And once again, get all your information about the last 4 weekends remaining in the tournament. There will be a scoring update after this weekend's completed. Get those teams signed up. Don't wait, as the spots, especially in those last couple of weekends, are really starting to fill fast. For your chance at the $20,000 first place prize, $4,000 a bowler for 3 hours of work. It's a pretty good pay rate. no doubt about it. Get that information. Classic.riverwi.com. Oh, Labo gets the roller two from behind as he'll start getting ready. For the Roth. Once again, that Roth special for this particular squad. There's no other high roller squads scheduled at this time for this River Classic. So you just be bowling your 3 games against the Pins and then be done with your squad. All right, let's get you over. It's Derek Oaf. Front 9 for Oaf on 5 and 6. Captaining the charge into the roll-off. Coming up after this is complete. There we go, front 9. Another chance for perfection here this morning into the afternoon at River Center in Franklin. So wrapping things up on 3 and 4. And BHQ is just going to run a little bit short against H5G and Top Notch. Let's get you back over to 5 and 6. You can watch Top Notch finish here at Wallenkamp, finishing his 10th frame. So officially, BHQ is going to be outside looking in for the high roller roll-off at 31.61, H5G 32.11, looking at a second place finish on the squad. So they will be in that roll-off. We'll have in lanes 1 and 2 momentarily. And we're just waiting on Top Notch to finish, see what their total is. They're going to come into that roll-off with a 1-game-to-none lead. Good toss there by Smith. And once again, they're off best of 5 games. Baker format, always exciting Baker format. $900 in cash, that special high roller prize fund. And something tells me Top Knot Pro Shop and H5G, if they're not 1-2 in the Ruhr River Classic overall standings after this squad, they're going to be close, as we'll get a full scoring update from the weekend on the website tomorrow. I'm sure Tammy Brissett and her crew here at Ruhr River Center will be hard at work this evening, get everything calculated out and keeping everyone updated. Oh, a little trouble for Gasson, but he gets the 10 to go. Gasson, big punch in the 10th. Let's see what Zager can do. How about that for Zager? Looking to get to 2:37 on the game. And Top Notch Pro Shop saving the best for last, as they are going to be looking at a possible 1,200 game if Zagar can get both of his and Derek Olf can get at least the first two of the 10th, but we want to see all three for Olf as he's working on the front nine. So not going to get the 1,200. Still another solid game. Top Notch Pro Shop. As they had a bit of a slow start, came out of the gates at 10:38. Then put up 11:45 in game 2, and they're going to exceed that 11:45 total here in game 3 as we're waiting on a pin to be removed, some deadwood on lane 6 that will get the staff on top of here. Well, I thank everybody at Root River Center. They've been nothing but gracious to 10 on the Deck Productions getting us in here on Friday to get everything set up for the live streaming as we wound our way across the 16 lanes here. Unfortunately, lost a few teams with the weather and other circumstances, but still pretty exciting. High roller squad to this point, along with the roll-off coming up next at Best of 5 Baker. Baker always exciting, and I'll tell you what, the two teams you're going to see in that, they are definitely familiar with each other with Top Notch Pro Shop and H5G brands. And as they're going to take to the lanes on lanes 1 and 2, it is going to be an exciting round of competition. Wrapping up this high roller squad, last player to throw for our roll-off, Derek Oaf. And he is looking at his bid for perfection, looking for 10 in a row. Get there, ball! And it doesn't quite do it. But Oaf and his teammates are going to be sliding down the lanes 1 and 2. We're going to take a few minutes here to get cameras properly positioned. And we will be underway, I'd say, with practice within the next 10 minutes or so. So don't stray too far. Keep your live stream feed going. And we'll be back for that high roller roll-off coming to you from Root River Center momentarily. 5 minutes. You guys get 10 minutes of practice up there. Top notch starts with a 1 game and then league with the qualifier. Baker. Straight Baker all the way to the rest of the way. We want to get you guys out here to, plus Baker's nice change of pace from the other stuff. So I think this is a good
I don't know.
All right, Bulls will get started with practice in about 3 minutes. We're going to have Team Top Notch against, well, it's Top Notch Pro Shop. It's not Team Top Notch. They are Top Notch, however, as they're leading the leaderboard of this high roller squad. So they will have a 1-game-to-none advantage going into this best-of-5 roll-off against Team H5G. Top Notch will also have lane choice. It'll be just like a normal Baker match, whether you've seen them in the past in the old World Team Challenges or whether you've watched some high school or college bowling. Once lane choice is made, bowlers will bowl one entire game on a single lane as a team. Each bowler gets 2 frames. The leadoff bowler gets 1 and 6. Second bowler gets 2 and 7, and so on. And then after each game, they will switch. First team to 3 wins takes home the $900 in bonus money for this high roller squad. And unofficially, I think Top Notch is #1 in the Root River Classic with their qualifying score. We'll talk more about it once they are underway. About 2 minutes here, and we will get them underway with practice.
All right, congratulations to Top Notch Bowling, who will be on lane 1, and H5G will be on lane 2. Top Notch doing 33.66, and H5G doing 32.11. So this will be Baker style. We'll give you guys 10 minutes of practice.
All right. This has been a fun day at the Root River Classic. If you haven't bowled yet, even talking to the teams that didn't do as well as they expected when they hit the lanes on this high roller squad, they had a lot of fun. They enjoyed their time at the tournament. The service here is great. Jesse behind the bar has been nothing but phenomenal all day for everybody. And I saw a giant pretzel that came out in front of me a little while ago that I'm kind of jealous of that I didn't order. I may order that to take it home tonight. I know the burgers here at Swagger Bar and Grill are phenomenal inside of River Center. And, yeah, can't say enough nice things. Tammy Brissett, her great staff she has here, and she's busting tail to make this $20,000 River Classic happen. Could Top Notch score hold up all the way through? Well, we'll find out. As unofficially, they're setting the pace. And now we're going to get underway with 10 minutes of practice for our teams in this Baker roll-off. Special high roller roll-off. We're going to have $900 going home with the first place team in this roll-off, $500 for second. So considering the teams paid $500 in total to get into the tournament today, $250 for their River Classic tournament entry, $50 for the scratch option for the River Classic tournament, and then $200 towards the high roller squad. Not a bad little payday for a few hours of work. So we'll be able to give you a couple different looks out here on the lanes this morning. This afternoon, boy, it's been a long weekend as well here. Getting stuff prepped for this, getting stuff prepped for next weekend. As we mentioned earlier, lots of live streaming on the 10 of That Productions channel next weekend. The H5G team shootout from Sussex Bowl on Saturday, December 6th, starting at 9:15 a.m. to go along with the Heartland doubles from the lanes on 20 in Racine on Sunday, December 7th. So lots of live stream bowling action with lots of great bowlers coming up for you, not just ending the day today, but all weekend long next weekend. Yeah, let's get you a little lane level look at lane one here. Matt Gasson. Firing up practice here. So we got about 7 minutes of practice remaining for these players. If you have any questions about this River Classic, once again, throw it in the chat, or to get all your questions answered, go to the website for the River Classic. Classic.riverwi.com. That'll take you to the landing page. You get all the tournament rules, tournament information, and your entry portal. That's right. You can get all your entry work done online for this tournament, and that way just come on in, show up, bring a little cash for the side events, the optional singles and bracket action during squads. And take your chance with your 4 teammates at the $20,000 first place prize. Top Notch Bowling put up 33.66 for their River Classic qualifying attempt. High on the team is Derek Oaf at 7:15. Ryan Zagar, 696. Riley Smith, 696. 623 for Matt Gass and Ron Wallenkamp, 635. So they have that 1-0 advantage over Team H5G, who put up a 32-11 total in the River Classic qualifying attempt. High on the team was Chad Moss at 728, followed by Matt Hibbard, 695. Dave Barras, 627 after a 173 start. Not too shabby of a comeback there for Barras. Chris Hill, 615, and Dave Lubinsky couldn't find a double in a couple games today. 566. And once again, with this Baker format, teams will be able to set their lineup any way they choose. At the beginning of the game, the number 1 bowler bowls the 1st and 6th frame. Number 2 bowler bowls 2 and 7, and so on. If a team captain's not happy with the lineup, they can make a change anytime they want after a game's concluded. And change that lineup. First team to 3 wins takes home the $900 in bonus money for this high roller squad. And once again, hey, thanks to all the teams that braved the weather today. I know it wasn't a lot, but boy, we had some cream of the crop bowlers out here today. And tell you what, we'll see if Top Notch Pro Shop through 4 more weekends can hold on to the top spot. Everybody knows what you need to shoot now. You saw them do it. It doesn't matter what your average is, because there are handicap pins added to lower average players' scores. 80% of 220 for the singles, 80% of 1100 for the team average. So if you're over 220, you bowl scratch. If your team's over 1100, you bowl scratch, such as what these 2 teams did today. But if you think about it, 1100 times 3 is 3,300. Top Notch was only 66 pins above par, basically. You put a team together and get 67 pins above par. You might need a few more pins, obviously, if your team averages are a little bit lower, because it's at 80% of the difference between your team average of 1100. Into our final 2 minutes of practice here. Top Notch will have lane choice. So one neat thing, too, about the format here with the Baker is that even though it's lane choice for Top Notch, they're only going to end up bowling at most 2 Baker games on each lane, because Top Notch already has a unofficial 1-0 lead, which becomes official once practice is complete, as they get the benefit of being the higher seed from qualifying and getting that 1-game advantage. I put that into the high rollers. I just do not like tournaments where all of a sudden, if they take 8 teams and all of a sudden one team is bowling the 8-seed team, pinfall dropped, and then it's all even. No, you should get a benefit of being the higher seeded team going into match play or that type of thing if pinfall drops. And that's what we did here today. Short little 5-game Baker run. Give a 1-game advantage to the team that's the higher qualifier. If we would have had a full house, we would have taken 4 teams, and then in the matchups, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. The 1 and 2 seeds would have had the 1-game advantage, and then depending on which teams advanced to the championship round, we would have had the higher seeded team with that 1-0 advantage again as well. So you should get a benefit to being the higher seed. So the last 30 seconds of practice, Top Notch will make their lane choice, and then we will be underway I'm looking forward to this final. This is going to be a knockdown, drag out. It would not surprise me if it went to 5 games. These bowlers have been bowling around each other for decades. They know what the lanes are going to do to break down, even though it is that tougher River Classic pattern. That application's been sitting for a few hours, and that kind of flattens out a little bit. So practice is now concluded.
Switch after every hand. If you tie a game, captains choose, single ball roll off.
All right, they're getting the high fives and handshakes in, and we are underway here for this special high roller roll-off. There you see Top Notch already up 1-0. And Top Notch is going to choose to start on lane 1. So Matt Gasson will be leading things off. They're changing up their lineup from the qualifying round. Let's do a little showing off, gentlemen. Looking forward to it. Matt Gasson into your living room, everybody. And he can't get the 4 to go. Dave Lubinsky starting things off in the 1-6 slot for Team H5G. That one hangs a bit. Yikes, a washout. Lubinsky was the low man of the 5 during qualifying. He's having some problems getting doubles, so not kind of surprising that they put him in the number 1 spot. Lets you build some strings of strikes if the bowler continues to struggle a bit. How about that cover? Oh, and it hooks away and he gets 2. So advantage early for Top Notch. Ron Wallenkamp Jr. in the number 2 spot. Gets them all to go. Well done, Mr. Wallenkamp. Dave Bear is in the 2-7 spot. Dave, a player, definitely had some experience back in the old World Team Challenge days. Right after he got out of youth leagues. Good bounce back shot there by Bears. Once again, if there is a tie for any game, the team captain picks the bowler for the single ball roll off on the lane they finished the game on. Wow, somebody's not having a good time at the bar, or having too good of a time at the bar. It's hard to tell. Mix it up. Riley Smith. And a big double on the board. Chris Hill in the 3 spot for Team H5G. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? The Ripper 710 at a fully inopportune time and place. Zagar goes through the nose. Lucky to leave the 7, but Top Notch, looking top notch at the moment early on here in this opening high roller game. Pin stays sucked down into the pit for Hill, and he's looking like he's going to make a ball change. And Zager, oh, just tickles that pin down, but he gets it done. So H5G down by almost 30 entering the 4th frame. Great toss there by Moss. Meanwhile, Derek Olf, who's been the hot hand all day for Top Notch, looking to fire a strike in the 5th. Ooh, that 6-pin tried to eke out of the flat cutter. Didn't happen. And they're giving the young gun the handle on the bottom for H5G. Matt Hibbard. Double here would be huge for helping his team try to come back. needs the help, and he can't get the 8 out. Leaves the 2 and the 8. Oaf with the cover. And this one not easy with that sleeper 8 for Hibbert. So first cycle through the lineup for both teams. Leaves Top Notch with an early 30-pin advantage. Both teams working on spares in the 5th. Matt Gasson. Nice and close on that shot. Oh, the 5 goes late, but it goes. See what Lubinsky can do here to match. That's a little better toss. No, it's still hung wide. Wow, and a bad break there, taking the 8 out, or taking the 2 out, leaving the 8-10. So H5G brands in a world of hurt at the moment. Dude, that's probably the worst shot of the day there by Wallenkamp Jr. But leaves himself unmakeable. That's what's key right now. Something tells me Lubinsky's going to be making a ball change, as they're going to have to sweep the last 3 games at this pace. No problem on the cover for Wallenkamp Jr. So H5G can get to 202 with striking out. Yikes, make it 192. And this one may end up being done early, as with that early double in the 2nd and 3rd frames by Wallenkamp and Smith, has Top Notch pacing 208. And does the job. Another strike here in the foundation frame by Zagar, and we can pretty much make it a 2-0 lead. Good cover there by Beres. Let's see what Zagar can do here. How about it? Oh, look at that messenger come back across. And that one's pretty much game over. So Top Notch out to a 2-0 lead here in our high roller roll-off. Once again, $900 in cash going home with the victors of this match. $500 for second. That was all a separate high roller prize fund. Wow. Textbook strike there for Oaf. Oh, not 12-0, 2-0. Graphics department's got to get on the ball on that. And trouble once again for Maas. Can't get the 10 to go. And there you see Top Notch put up another big game. They put up several during the Root River Classic qualifying portion of today's high roller squad. And now making that change over to the Baker format, adjusting that lineup a bit from where they were 1 through 5 during qualifying, and they're responding quite well as they're going to be in the 230s. There you go. 230s.
Best of 5, but they had a 1-0 lead to be top seed. So we need to be like the 2004 sweep. Yeah. We have to sweep them.
So H5G just double checking that they are down 2-0, that they know they need the brooms to come out. That's they're a little good natured ribbon back and forth. Like I said, these guys have been around each other forever. I mean, the amount of talent, my goodness, between these 10 players out here. Yeah. Put any 5 of them together against any 5 across the country, and I would put my money on any 5 because, yeah, it's pretty phenomenal what these guys have done on the lanes during their careers, whether it's long careers like Bears and Moss or shorter careers like Zagar and Smith. But even Zagar and Smith now, they've been in adult leagues for a decade. They've been out of college and putting things together. You know, Zagar with the big win with Scott Helm yesterday up in Oshkosh. So Hibbert finishes it off, but obviously 236 to 160 ain't going to cut it. And the teams will switch lanes, get into our second game. It's must win the rest of the way out for H5G. And Matt Gasson will start things off here on lane 2. Whoa, a little light, so maybe the lanes on the pair play a little bit different. Let's get a little view of Dave Lubinsky out of your living room couch at the foul line. Wow, are you kidding? That's just a 4-pin, a light 4-pin like that? It doesn't happen very often. 2-8-10. Get 2, move on. Well, Gasson gets 1. Lubinsky with the spare. Doesn't look like either team changing their lineup. Run what you brung. Longcamp stays in the 2-hole. Picks up the teammate. Bears looking to keep this team ahead early. Oh, and the 4-pin of another variety. Team H5G. Riley Smith. Former bowler at McKendree University. USBC Kermer Cup champion in his senior year. Looking for the double. Oh, just tickles. That 4-8 down. And Top Notch stays close as there you see the spare by Bears. Now can Zagar in the 3 spot keep the string going? Yes, he can. Pardon me, Zagar in the 4 spot, both in the 5 spot. Third frame, Hill. Finally gets rid of that pesky 4-pin for H5G. They find themselves in a very tight game, looking for the Rob Stone pork product. Will we see it? No. 4-pin stands for Oaf. Double here for Moss, gets his team back in the lead. And as we said, H5G needs to sweep the remaining 3 Baker games to take home the title. Top Notch just needs a single win in 3 games to take home the $900 in cash, and the High Roller squad spoils. Quality cover by Oaf. Matt Hibbert in the 5 spot again for Team H5G. Looking for 3 in a row. Oh, a little quick out of the hand and can't get the messenger to take the 10 out. And now H5G finding himself in a bit of trouble with Matt Gasson stepping up in the 6th frame. A little over the shoulder look. Matt Gasson, I think he likes it. No, I thought he liked it. Liked it for about 57 feet. This would be a huge momentum shift right now if Hibbert can pick this up. Straight at it. What do you think, Matt? I think you got to like it. Great cover by Hibbert in a pressure spot. Keep this team close. No room for losses for H5G at this point. Great cover there by Gasson. So 257 the maximum for H5G. Same maximum. Top Notch, actually 254 with some bad counts there for Top Notch. And Wallenkamp Jr., huge break there to leave just the 4 pin. So H5G is starting to build some momentum. Up to Barris here. Looking to double in the 7th frame. Lots of bowlers that were on our last squad hanging around watching these two teams battle it out. Great toss by Barris for the 10 back. That gets H5G in the lead this game. Strike here by Hill. And that could be a 20-pin advantage for H5G. Off your couch to the foul line. How about the turkey? Ooh, a tad light. Gets everything out but the deuce. It's 233 the max for Top Notch. H5G pacing 218, and the bucket crumbler doesn't get the 8 for Smith. Oh, felt a breeze heading towards the 4 pin there from everybody sucking in a little extra oxygen, holding their breath when that ball started to make the move. So right now, 16 pins the advantage with 2 frames remaining for H5G. And every game is a must-win game for H5G. They're down 2-0 in this best-of-5 high roller roll-off. Mas just absolutely flush on that shot. Hibbert came up huge with that 210 conversion in the 5th. Can he come up huge in the 10th and lock up victory in game 3 for H5G and give them a little more life? I love it. Half the people are watching. We're behind 1 and 2, so there's a control counter here if you're not familiar with River Center. And some of the people are crowding around the control counter. Otherwise, they have us on with the YouTube feed at the bar. There's quite a few of the bowlers that are watching at the bar and a little bit of a delay. What do you think, Mr. Oaf? Oh, and we are at 2-1. H5G stays alive. Bad news for H5G is they have to go back to the lane they shot 160 on in our opening game. Once again, with the rules of this Baker shootout for our high roller squad, our top seed, Top Notch, had a one-game advantage. They had a automatic win in the opening game, I guess you could say. And we're looking at another 236 for the winning score on lane 1. So yeah, H5G's really got some work to do, make it 235. Teams will switch lanes once again. They can make any lineup changes they would like to do, but I don't see that happening. And they will immediately begin the fire with Top Notch, a 2-game-to-1 lead over H5G. Gasson will lead off for Top Notch. Lubinsky will lead off for H5G, and let's see if H5G can solve the riddle of lane 2. Both team games thrown on lane 1 this match in the 230s. 160 and 188, the 2 games thrown on lane 2. And wow, that's a little surprising as Gasson comes up light for the 7 count. 2-8-10. Let's see if Lubinsky can get his team pumped here. Get an early start, and he comes light again on that lane. 2-10 only for Lubinsky, so something a little bit more in the makeable range. Gasson gets the 2 moves on. You know Lubinsky's going to go first frame. You lose a single pin account versus the momentum of getting your team a 1-mark advantage. You know he's going for it. How about it, shooter? Nope, hooks away. So both teams' first frame opens. Let's see what Wallenkamp Jr. can do here as he gets it to go 10 back. Tavera's second frame. Where's that old ABC eagle, that orange eagle that used to go on the scoreboards next to winners, and yikes, he finds trouble. Where's that with pride on the back of those H5G jerseys? Don't forget next weekend, H5G team shootout from Sussex Bowl on 10 on Deck Productions channel starting at 9:15 a.m. and then Sunday starting at 9 a.m. from the lanes on 20. It is the 2025 Heartland Doubles. Michael James, Glenn Schwant taking over that tournament. And back-to-back opens now for H5G. Has them in trouble. And glad to be teaming up with the lanes on 20 and Michael James, Glenn Schwant to bring you all that tournament action from the lanes on 20 next Sunday. Zagar looking for 3 in a row. Gets them all to disappear. And now it's not quite mandatory strike mode for Team H5G, but it's pretty darn close. There's a great toss by Hill. Try to get some momentum going for his players. Kinoff. Get us the 4 in a row. Look at that form at the foul line. 10 goes, 4 doesn't. And a little glimmer of daylight for H5G. And Moss looking to kick that door a little bit more open. Putting up a double in the 4th frame. Oh, the Messenger's second effort takes it down. As Moss struts his way off the lanes. Let's see if Hibbard keep H5G close. We thought that 210 conversion last game was huge. Online, wow. Wow. How can you have a 6-pin go around a 10 at like Mach 3.3 and not have the vapor trail? Suck the 10 out. My goodness. Hell of a toss there by Hibbard. 6-pin just decided want to do some acrobatics showing off. Back to Gasson. Makes it all happen. Hibbard keeps it on the lane. 10-pin goes down, but the hopes and dreams of H5G brand starting to slide away. I mean, you don't have big dreams on a $400 difference, but hey, that's a nice dinner for your team once you're done here today. If you take home that $9 first place prize. $500 for our runner-up. Great toss there to get a double on the board for Top Notch by Wallenkamp Jr. Let's see what Lubinsky can do here. Hey, gets them all to go. So don't count them fully out yet. 258 though, the maximum. For Top Notch, we're only 236, not the maximum. For H5G, so can Smith. Keep things rolling for Top Notch. For the turkey, nope, 6-pin said not this time. And now Barris can get everything right back in. For H5G, 7th frame. Somebody says one time, and he got it one time. So at the moment, with a conversion here by Smith, if Hill can strike in the 8th frame, it would be a 1-pin advantage. For Top Notch. No problem on the cover there for Smith. .237 max for Top Notch. .236 match. Maximum for H5G. Oh, boy, Hill has just been getting some blower hits that are just unusual. Foundation frame for Zagar. Stares it down. Yeah, he gave that one a bunch extra. Wow, and he almost got a huge break there to take. The 6, 9, and 10 all down. 9, 10 go away. Hill with the cover, but spare here by Zagar. Gives a max of 226 to Top Notch. Only a 215 maximum for H5G. So if Ulf can put up a strike on the first ball and fill in the other 10 on a fill shot, doesn't matter what Matt Hibbard does in the 10th frame. This one is huge for Ulf. What do you think? Oh, a glimmer of daylight. But it's going to take Hibbard striking out. If Ulf picks this up and fills, it's 215. Hibbert needs to strike out for 215. Must have it. Gets the first one. Wolf on the cover. Hibbert has to get this shot and match. Wolf for a tie. This one is absolutely necessary to keep this match alive. Let the pins talk for themselves. Oh, Messenger takes the 10. If they tie, the team captains pick for a single ball roll off in the team and lane the teams finish with to break the tie. Oof. Oh my, leaves an opening. Could we be going to the final game with a 2-2 tie? Can H5G do the unthinkable and come back from being down 0-2? Hibbert needs to strike on the shot. 9 we get a roll off, 8 or less. And the title goes to Top Notch, stares it down. There you go. 215 to 214. And we are down to our final game. We are tied at 2 games apiece. What an exciting roll off here from Root River Center. 2-2 in this best of 5. Gasson starts off our final game on lane 2 inside of Root River Center. Top Notch Pro Shop led qualifying today. They're going to be in the #1 spot unofficially for that $20,000 in the Root River Classic. The thing is, they have to wait 4 more weekends to make sure that happens, as there are still 4 weekends for you to get in and enter on the Root River Classic. And Lubinski can't get the 9 to go. There is your website address. Get all your information on the Root River Classic, classic.rootriverwi.com. And Junior gets Top Notch off with an early double. Lubinski no problem on the cover. Once again, thanks to Tammy Brissett for hosting this high roller squad. And guarantee we're filling the house for the high roller next year. We may fill up 2 of them next year at the rate we'll be going. No, the weather got us this weekend. We want to make sure that everybody gets their chance to bowl this Root River Classic, regardless of your average. You can get in a bowl. Put your team of 5 together. You have as good of a shot as Top Notch. As good of a shot as H5G, thanks to the handicap, 80% of the difference between your team average and 1,100. Try to take home that $20,000 first place prize. Trying to keep H5G close. Bears can't get the 10 to go. There is your scoreboard. Front 3 for Top Notch. Zagar looking to make it with the Rob Stone pork product. I smell bacon. Top Notch trying to run away with this final game. Came in with the 1-0 lead as high qualifier. 1 game number 2, 236 to 160. Then the great comeback by H5G, 235 to 188 in game 3, 215, 214 in game 4. And oof, with the tide turner. 4-9. This could be huge if Hill, Moss, and Lubinski can jump on the bad break. 3rd frame for Hill. There you see 10 back. Oh, close, but only gets one. There's your scoreboard update. .266 max for Top Notch. .269 max for H5G. Here comes Chad Moss. Off your couch, into the foul line, and yikes, the big slice high. 3-6-10. Gasson in the 1-6 spot, proprietor of Top Notch Pro Shops inside of Foxview Lanes in Waukesha, and Castle Lanes in Racine. And that one, he got a little twisty on the bottom, and he should be happy. That 10 made its way out. You see him right there on the way back. We mentioned got a little twisty. Saw him make that motion with his hand. Got a little too much around him. Good spare there by Moss, but the frames are running out. As he talks things over with Matt Hibbard. Making sure it was maybe a little unexpected change in the lane condition other than a error by Moss on that shot. These lanes can change, these aggressive bowling balls these players use can change these lanes so fast. Here's your scoreboard update. Hibbard, oof, light again, and another 210 combination. We saw him make that in the 5th frame 2 games ago to give a big spark of life to H5G when they needed it to stay alive. And Wallenkamp, tell you what, not a lot of moving parts on Wallenkamp's game, but he has struck so many times in his career with so many teams. Now bowling with Top Notch, bowled for quite a while with Craig Mueller and his team from Pro World Pro Shop. And right now, 31 pins in arrears is H5G, with Top Notch already stepping up in the 8th frame, and it could turn into 41 pins if Smith can get a double on the board for Top Notch. There you go. Riley Smith makes it happen. And now it's mandatory strike mode for H5G to get to 235. Dubinsky light again, caves everything but the 10. So 225 maximum now for H5G. That just needs a couple of marks here by Top Notch to take home the title. Oh, no better mark than a strike, and this one is all but over, ladies and gentlemen. H5G put up a hell of a battle. They already came into this match down 1-0 as they were the number 2 qualifier. So Top Notch received that 1-game advantage. Top Notch took game 2, which required a sweep by H5G. They took games 3 and 4 to stay alive. But there you go. That's going to wrap it up practically for Top Notch Pro Shop. As Beres gets them all to go. And there you see all the handshakes. They know this one's all over but the final score. Hope to do several of these high roller squads in the future here at the Root River Classic. This is the inaugural year for the Root River Classic. This is our first high roller squad, and congratulations to Top Notch Pro Shop on their win. 9 strikes in the final game to get to 255. And not only do they take home the $900 in bonus money for the high roller squad, they are unofficially in the lead for the Root River Classic. If that team score of 33-66 can hold up for 4 more weekends, Top Notch could be taking home $20,000 to split. Thing is, you still have your chance to get in for the Root River Classic. Open to any USBC certified bowlers of any averages. Put your team of 5 together. Use the handicap pins to your advantage, and you might be able to give Top Notch a run. So for Tammy Brissett and the great staff here at Root River Center for the Root River Classic Tournament, thanks to Engage, Franklin, Miller High Life, and Miller Lite for their support of that event. I'm $2 Phil Brylow. Parents, take the kids bowling. You know they're going to have fun for life. We will see you next Saturday from the H5G team shootout at Sussex Bowl in Sussex, and next Sunday at the Heartland Doubles from the Lanes on 20 in Racine. A great weekend of bowling action here in the southeast Wisconsin area. Glad to have 10 of the Deck Productions bringing it to you. We'll see you Saturday, everybody. Stay warm, stay dry, and we'll bring you some more bowling next weekend.